Hello everyone, welcome to Sinful Gaming. I hope you're all doing well. I hope everyone is staying safe, and most of all, I hope you're all fighting that war against the Grey. We are back for Warhammer Fest Day 3 of the reveals. It is box games today, so they've announced 3, and they showed 3 on their marketing as Warhammer Age of Sigmar Warcry, Warhammer 40k Kill Team, and Warhammer 40k Necromunda. However, last night they also did mention that potentially Middle-earth, but I've seen no marketing at all from Middle-earth. But who knows? That could be a really cool addition, seeing some Middle-earth stuff. We do know we've got a massive Middle-earth release coming. We have obviously all the Eastlings, which I'm excited for. There's an army of Eastlings in that cupboard right there. Cabinet, whatever you want to call it. But today we're going to be building some models because I was in no way influenced by the reveal stream last night, the Age of Sigmar reveal stream. In no way was I influenced in what I was doing at all as a new army. I've got a giant bunch of Sylvaneth to build that have been sitting on my shelf for way too long. This bunch of minis here is actually from Loon Curse. That's how long I've had these. I'm an old Wood Elf player, and I really don't know why I've never really gone hard in on Sylvaneth. I really don't know, being an old Wood Elf player, why have I never gone hard in on Sylvaneth? I really don't know. But we're going to. This is going to be a really fun little project. Well, say little, but fun, decent project with the announcement of Dawnbringer Crusades. I think my time with Cities of Sigmar is probably drawing to an end, at least with the models I currently own. So we'll see how that currently goes for me. And yeah, I'm excited to see what Dawnbringer Crusades has. I'll probably end up converting most of my Cities of Sigmar stuff back over to square bases. They've had a great time in the sun in Age of Sigmar, but yeah, if you're joining us live, say hello. Let us know what hobby you're working on. But we will be doing some Sylvaneth hobby today as we wait for the box games reveals. So I'm going to start with the Arch Rev. I'm really excited because I love the tree revenant part of it, of the army. For me, that's the cool part. But yeah, I'm really, really excited. So 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let's get some hobby started. But yeah, if you're joining us, let us know what hobby you're working on. I'd love to hear from everyone. What do we think of the reviews yesterday? I was quite happy with the Age of Sigmar ones. Yeah, it wasn't a lot, but there was a good spread of things. A lot of armies are just getting a mini or something, but I think that's okay. For me, we saw a new. I really like the idea of the Black Library books, leading a new character out. I think that's an excellent idea for adding some new narrative to the world and adding some characters that are built around that narrative. I think that's really, really cool. Of course, we've had the other way it's sort of done, where the characters have come first, like Gardas. And he's a really cool mini, and everyone was so excited when Gardas came out. So I hope these characters can create some cool stories. So. So Warcry is probably the big one for me tonight, with all the reveals. I'm really excited to see where we sort of go with Warcry. Yeah, I'm really excited for Warcry. It's probably one of my favorite games at the moment. I really do enjoy Warcry. How nice, fast paced, and just tight the rule system is. I should figure out how this model goes together. That's there. Yeah. Cool. Oh, that's probably. Probably why it's not going together quite so well, because I've not actually followed the instructions properly. That would usually help build a model correctly, following instructions properly. Hey, mate. Hey, Nick. How are we, man? Really don't know how. No, not Paladins. We're building Sylvaneth. I was in no way influenced by last night's show. trying to figure out how this model goes together because I can't figure out for the life of me. What the hell? I do not get this model at all. This is really confounding me, these instructions. How's that there? This is absolutely confusing me, this miniature. That's the right piece. I have no idea how this is supposed to connect on this bit. It really doesn't show me good instructions. Trying to find like a really nice picture of it. Stick tree limb on stream. Yeah, it really is like, it's not clear how this bit goes on. We're going to attempt to. We're attempting to see. It would help if I actually cut out the right bit. What part did I cut out the wrong? Okay. It helps when you cut out the right bit. No wonder it wouldn't go on. So that's why we couldn't build the model correctly, because we had cut out the wrong bit. Glad I'm not just an idiot. I'm a really big idiot. Now we get that. Cool. We have first stage done. So 10 and 11. Good game then at the end, Nick. I have no idea what happened in the games tonight. I went and had a nap after you left. I woke up maybe an hour ago. It was a good decision to go have a nap. Bit can't get lost in there. I like it's a female Sylvaneth, right? The tree roots have high heels. Awesome. That sounds great, man. So if you're joining us, jump in the chat, say hello, let us know what hobby you're working on. I'd love to hear from everyone. Getting all excited for Box Game Day of Warhammer Fest. I'm really excited for Warcry. I wonder what we are going to see. Necromunda will be interesting. Maybe not as quiet. Kill Team, I'm really interested to see. Kill Team started being really, really cool. I love that Kill Team is taking the Warcry idea of making weird warbands. and like less explored stuff. Brad Hayes. I at first thought like, all right, so I've been through all the motions, I think, with Cities of Sigmar over the past little bit. I think I've sort of felt every emotion about that, Brad. And so originally I was just happy, like it was the reveals. I'm caught up in the excitement of the reveals originally, and then I started to wonder, oh, well, what does this mean for all the Cities of Sigmar stuff? Because it's quite obvious. Like I have a lot of Cities of Sigmar. I've got about 10,000 points of Cities of Sigmar in various different factions across it, like various different like smaller parts of it. I'd say probably 4 completed armies of 2,000 plus points. However, with Old World coming out, and it's quite clear that Dawnbringer Crusades is not coming soon. I think we're going to see reimagined of a lot of different things. I think Dawnbringer is the first part to reimagine what Cities of Sigmar is, and I don't think it'll be the last reimagined thing. Like, I think we might see Iron World, Arsenal, and Dwarves and all that reimagined as well. I think we might see some of those parts of different other races reimagined, but I think we'll see some shuffled around. Like, it would not surprise me if some of the Dark Elf stuff went over to Malarian, or indeed a bunch of Dark Elves went just straight into the Daughters of Cain Battletome in its next sprint after this one. But with Old World on the horizon, like my simple look is I'm going to play my Cities of Sigmar as they are right now, and when it comes out, I can make my decision on what goes over to Old World and what stays as Cities of Sigmar. There's going to be a game for me to play with those miniatures regardless. They've served me very well. It sucks that maybe that game is not Age of Sigmar anymore. But if it means like all of a sudden in Old World I've got an Empire, a Dark Elf, a Wood Elf, and a Dwarf, and a High Elf army because of what I have, I got 5 armies in a brand new game with very minimal effort. So yeah, I'm excited, a little bit sad, because obviously Cities of Sigmar has served me very well, especially for me on the channel. Like, Cities of Sigmar is how I generated the entire start of the channel, was based off my Scourge Privateer army. And that army technically no longer exists as Scourge Privateers. It's now Cities. It's changed. And will what I do change again? Yeah, I think we'll see standard dwarves in Age of Sigmar still, but I think those standard dwarves will change what it means to be a standard dwarf. Switching to squares is easier than switching to rounds. I'll say that. So all you do is you just get... you can do it in multiple different ways, but you can just get a hobby saw and saw off the bases, or just clip around. You generally like clip 4 points and then you just bend up and snap, then you just redo your basing around the bottom. But yeah, I'm excited for Dawnbringer Crusades. Look, Cities has always been on borrowed time, I think, or at least the models as they currently are have always been on borrowed time. Yeah, I think Phoenix Guard Phoenix Guard are the first one. I'm surprised that Phoenix Guard stayed in Cities of Sigmar, considering Lumineth were on the horizon at that point. Like a lot of Dark Elves, like I said, I think maybe their aesthetic or something from the Dark Elves, we might see like nearly the entire range of Dark Elves colored. I don't think that's unlikely, but I think we'll see reimagined stuff. So, there were plenty of people when Lumineth first came out, and there probably still are plenty of people that play Lumineth using old High Elves rebased onto the new sizes. And that's completely fine. And I think Dark Elves will probably have the same thing when Malarian comes out. Dwarves and humans, obviously, I think there's going to be there'll be units you can just use your Cities of Sigmar units for. Like, they'll bring out Dawnbringer Swordsman or Dawnbringer Spearman or something, and you'll have a Cities of Sigmar unit ready to play as that unit. And I think that'll be pretty stock standard. Like you'll see people still be able to use Dawnbringer Crusade as Cities of Sigmar. Like I currently see. I've got friends who play with Cities of Sigmar using their entire old Warhammer Fantasy Dwarf collection, where his handgunners are old dwarf handgunners, his crossmen are old dwarf quarrelers, his free good guard with sword and shields and dwarf warriors, and then obviously he's still got Iron Drakes and Iron Breakers and all of that. But he's used some of his old dwarf models, and instead of Hellblaster rocket batteries and Hellstorm volley guns, he's instead got a grudge thrower for his dwarves to represent the long range for the rocket battery, and then he's got the organ gun instead of a Hellblaster. Like, I think you'll still be able to do that sort of thing when we get Dawnbringer Crusades. Yeah, look, I think Wood Elves are probably on the chopping block. I think Kurnothi is the way they go. I think we probably see, but then again, we've got to remember that this may tie in well. Like the timing of this, that they're saying this is probably a Sisters of Battle thing. So this is at least 1 or 2 years away before we see Dawnbringer Crusades, right? Old World's probably the same sort of timeline away. So maybe the idea is to soften the blow of your cities disappearing with giving you access to Old World straight away with those same miniatures. And I think that's honestly a great way to do it, going, hey, these miniatures used to exist for Warhammer Fantasy. We're now moving away from using old Warhammer Fantasy sculpts in Age of Sigmar. However, we've just brought back Warhammer Fantasy, so your miniatures still have a game we make that you can play them in. Like, yes, that's not being able to play in Age of Sigmar, but it most certainly is a way to soften the blow as someone who owns miniatures, right? Would that lessen the blow for those Cities of Sigmar people here? Like for me, I think that'd be like a great way. That certainly, like with that in my mind, that makes me feel a little bit better about it. Yeah, I think Dawnbringer Crusades is certainly a splitting of the armies. Like I said, I think Wood Elves literally move over to Old World. And Kurnothi and Sylvaneth replace them. I think the Dark Elves move over to Old World, and we get Malarian to replace that. Phoenix Guard are probably maybe the Zenith Temple for Lumineth, and they move over there, and we get new Phoenix-like people for the Zenith Temple and Lumineth. Dwarden, who knows, like what they could be used for. Maybe we get a normal Dwarden army. Maybe we just entirely move the race over to Old World. Britannia was an interesting one just because it had, like, it was so, like, you got to think the two armies they removed, right, from Fantasy Knit were the two that were so heavily straight out of history plus fantasy. And unlike Tomb Kings, who were at least undead Egyptians, Britannia were literally French knights. Literally crusading French knights. They were no difference between Britannia and anything else. They believed in the Lady of the Lake, like literally French knights. And that's why they ditched them, because they were so generic. They weren't even like, they were a historical army in a fantasy game. Is probably the way to look at Britannia. Not saying it sucked. It doesn't suck, but that's why. Anyway, back to building my model. But yeah, thanks everyone for coming and joining. If you are here, drop a like on the video. It helps people come find and hang out and chat with us. Well, Empire's not straight out of Germany, or at least not the German people think of. Empire is Holy Roman Empire Germany. And Cathay, like, never had miniatures, so. Well, you could say that Empire are getting Britannia now as well. But yeah. Anyway. People think Germany, they do not think Holy Roman Empire Germany. Well, we just got Eschenrats. Well, we got a Eschenrat, at least, anyway. I wouldn't be surprised to see Nippon at some point rock up in Old World. I think that's certainly the idea of Old World, is not only keeping with what we had, but definitely exploring new ground like Cathay, like Kislev properly in that system. Yeah, Charlemagne. But yeah, you think people think Germans, they think Germanic, and they think, you know, like big barbarians and all that sort of stuff. That's the sort of thing people think of Germany in history. Like the average person, not anyone who knows anything, but yeah, like Emperor Charlemagne, Holy Roman Empire is quite cool, I say, but it is certainly not what people think. First up. I think I can remove that sample. Gaming will be live soon. Hey, what do you guys reckon? I think I can get removed. Maybe pick up some Scam to start a new book. Always like the Eshin or Scrystorm things. Nice. My advice would be I would probably look to grab that Underworld's Warband to create my Eshin Night Runners, because I hate the current Night Runner models. But who knows? They might get updated. They might see more models still. Two things on that Eshin Warband. One, I don't think as many people got into Underworlds due to a cost issue. I know my local scene literally didn't get into it at all because of the cost of the box set. Thoughts on the Slaves to Darkness list, Vernon? And sorry, just break my model. No. I did see, before I get to that, I did see a question. Tran, sorry. I'm playing against Cities of Sigmar this weekend in a local tournament. Can you give me some tips? You're playing Slave to Darkness to spoilers. Tran, like the one big thing that's an issue is what cities are you playing against, because each one is its own army. They're an army that their sub-factions truly do change how different the army is. If you know the sub-faction, I'd be able to give you some information. Otherwise, I'd literally not be able to help. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to seeing like Leagues of Votan versus like Chaos Cultists for a Kill Team box. Necromunda will probably be vehicles for the gangs. I think you're dead on with that, Nick. Warcry, I think, will be the League Slave to Darkness Hashut warband. And then Vernon, yeah, thoughts on the Slave to Darkness League? I'm pretty happy with everything we've seen. I've literally did a video maybe about a week or two ago talking about five different aesthetics already existing in Age of Sigmar that they should expand upon, and one of them was Ogoroids. So I'm really, really excited for Ogoroids. So like we got some Hashut worshipping humans of all things, showing another Chaos God, showing Hashut of all people, but not actually the Hashut we think of. Like, normally we say Hashut, we think Chaos Dwarves. Well, no, wasn't Chaos Dwarves at all. I like the new Demon Prince. I think he's a great update of the old kit. Yeah, he looks the part to me. He's like very much just the old kit done to modern quality. That's what I feel. Like a lot of 40k stuff always is, really. Yeah, and I will say multi-part kits are awesome. Like, I haven't seen this many multi-part kits in a while in a single release. Like, obviously we got the Sylvaneth kit that was 2 multi-parts. The Demon Prince. Obviously, you got weapon options for different units like Ogroids and stuff like that, but it's not something that exists a lot in many units anymore. They're usually very rigid in how they box stuff because we get more dynamic models now, so multi-part kits are not as common. Like the price you pay is, you don't get as many different looking models on the table if your kits are, more dynamic. It's harder to make multi-part kits. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Demon Prince. I think he looks cool. I think, in general, that Chaos release was really cool. It's not my sort of thing personally. I'm not big on the Chaos Cultists and all that, but the models looked amazing. I could appreciate they were cool models, but it's not my personal thing. Daniel, you'd be tempted to get some of the Cultists plus Chaos Marine for Kill Team? I probably suspect we might see a cool Kill Team for the Chaos Cultists, with maybe a Leagues of Votan opposing them today. I think that would be my Kill Team prediction for today. Change of topic. Thoughts on Warhammer Total War 3? Despite having a poster, I've never played it. Yeah, the poster came in White Dwarf. I have never played Warhammer Total War. I've never played any of them. Not much of a computer gamer. The poster's just cool, and it came in the latest White Dwarf. Sorry for deceiving everyone there. Yeah, I really love like the look of it. I do watch people like in the background play it and stuff like that. I think it's really cool. But yeah, I've never actually played it myself. I know in our Discord server we have a few people that play it. At one point there was a campaign being organized, I think. But yeah, I know a few people in our Discord server play it, which is pretty sweet. Robert, hello, mate. Oh yeah, like, dude, I'm excited for Sylvaneth. Building a Looncast box I've had for I don't know how long. So we're building some Sylvaneth today while we wait for the Warcry and box game reveals. But yeah, I'm all in on Sylvaneth, I think. But yeah, what did everyone think of the reveals? What have everyone thought of reveals so far? And what are we all liking so far? What's everyone's favorite thing they've seen been? 2 days in. I think we're going to go Cone of Hunters with Scythes. I will say, like, the World Eaters announcement was how they probably should have done the Dawnbringer Crusades announcement. I thought having someone like Stu Black who's so passionate about that particular thing talk about it would have been great if they got someone like Sam Pearson, who is quite clearly a massive Cities of Sigmar fan, or even like Chris Peach, who's another big Cities of Sigmar fan, talking about Dawnbringer Crusades. I think they missed the boat on how they sort of showed it. Like the World Eaters announcement was so much more passionate and so much more exciting than Dawnbringer Crusades based on how they showed it. I think, in my humble opinion. My two favorite things, probably Sylvaneth and probably the announcement of like the books with characters. I really dig that as a way to bring some new models into the world. That's something I thought would be cool. Like, I thought about that in Anvil of Apotheosis, right? That could be a really cool gameplay style. Speaking of like named characters in Anvil of Apotheosis, right? Got me thinking of Crusade. Would it be cool to like do some legendary Crusade make some legendary Crusade campaigns? Right? So you're playing the story. So I look at this on, say, you can play this on FIFA, for example. You can be a pro, which is where you make your own soccer player, and you do a career based on your soccer player, right? Or you can do the career of, say, some famous player. You could do like, I don't know, like let's think of someone who's done like some major moments. Let's think Ronaldinho or something like that. In soccer, and you play as Ronaldinho, and you're supposed to hit these certain moments within the campaign. You're supposed to, in certain games, you're supposed to score a hat trick. In certain games, you're supposed to score. You're supposed to do step over so many times. All these things along. Would that be cool to like play a campaign based on building up a known character's name and story throughout the course of that, and have to complete certain objectives to follow that character story? I think would be a really cool way to do like a new style of campaign. So, you're trying to do Gardas as one, so you're having to defeat a glory and clean one a particular thing, and then do this next thing, and then do this next thing, and you get all the abilities of Gardas added onto him as he grows through the campaign. It's just a thought on something cool, like doing like legendary Path to Glory legends. What are people's thoughts on that? Like doing like legendary Path to Glory campaigns? I thought it'd be like something cool and different, trying to play through the moments of a legendary character. Oh. But anyway, those joining us, what hobby are we working on? What are we all getting doing tonight while we wait for some reviews, or this afternoon, or this morning, wherever you are joining us from? Looking forward to seeing some kill team. I really don't like putting together Sylvaneth. They are fiddly as hell. I forgot how annoying Sylvaneth can be to build. I haven't built any Sylvaneth models in a long time. Four. Looking forward to seeing Kill Team Necromunda and Warcry today. However, I'm super excited for tomorrow's reveals. Also, so many content creators have been flown over by GW for Warcry. Yeah, I think there's just so many people. Like, there were some that I did not expect to get flown over that did. I certainly haven't done anything to warrant Horus Heresy. There's a lot of painters involved in it, which I think for the launch of a game, painters are always going to get a good end of the stick. Because they show off the models the best. Yeah, there are definitely some people who are going to that Horus Heresy weekend not going, that I certainly expected to be there. Oh, whoops, I put this on the wrong way. Silly me. Now I realised why it was much harder to put on than it should have been. Arch Revenant complete. Yay. So we need 11. Ten. And 9. But yeah, I'm really excited for Horus Heresy. Look, it's going to massively depend on cost of that box, whether or not I get into it. At current, we achieve nothing from GW on the channel, so cost is always an issue. Alright, now that I've got an idea of how to build these things, they're getting a little bit easier. Hey, Steph God, hello mate, how are we? Good to see you. I work my job a little bit less now. I have a wife who supports the hobby with me. Um, and that I give as much as I take from my wife. I think that is the best answer. Like being able to do this stuff for me is she gets to do things that she wants to do, and I make sure of that. Yesterday after I had my game in the morning, and then I gave her some money, and she went out and got a manicure and a pedicure done for herself. But I guess you could say I also treat the channel like a job. If I want to be able to continue to put out content and keep doing it, I treat the channel like a job. I spend like a good couple of days where I put out like all those Night Haunt videos you saw were done in a single day. Like all the Night Haunt, all the 40k videos you saw were just one over the other. Ooh, that's a pretty big want. I would really be happy for that. I have a feeling we're going to see the Slave to Darkness warband, the Hashut warband. My hope is it's verse Konothi. That'll be my hopium. I would love to see some Kurnothing. We all know, like, look at what I'm doing right now. Wood Elves are an easy way to my heart. So 28. There we go. Got 29 and 30. Yeah, I think from the news I've got is that when they originally released Kurnothing, there were no plans to do anything extra. However, they clearly saw the reaction that faction got, is what I'm told, and so work has begun. So they may be a little bit away, but they do know that it's a thing that's going to sell. Look, I'm okay with cities. I've been through all the emotions over the past day, I think, with cities. Angry, upset, resigned. In the end, I think this was always a chance it was going to happen. But I don't think it's the end. Those models will probably just go straight into Old World for me, which is fine. I'll have a place for those minis to use, and I'll be quite happy to use them there. The timing also seems right. Like with like a year or two, probably until we see. Dude, I was not upset with it to begin with. I probably still am a little bit upset. Like, I built my whole channel on like being Scourge Privateers. That was like how my whole channel started. Yeah, that's fair. I hope we still see like the additions to it. I hope that it's just the start of Dawnbringer Crusades. I hope that we do see, like a reimagined Ironworld Arsenal and all of that to Dawnbringers as well. Like, Yeah, no, make no mistake, I want that too. I want them to continue doing normal elves and normal humans. Be really cool to like just have mixed kits, not have these separate things like what probably cities should have been originally. Ah, crud, I just snapped. I can build a tree people. Biggest problem with Sylvaneth. I think if they change to Sigmar with old world available, I think the jump is a lot more palatable for a lot of people. Oh, without a doubt, there is certainly. I completely agree with that statement. Yeah, like because all these people have been talking about, like, and myself included, old world kits being usable in Cities of Sigmar. Well, I think this is clear indication they don't want that to be the case. They want old world kits to be old world, and like they started doing this with 40k too, with 30k as well. Like they've stopped doing 40k rules for 30k kits. If you pay attention to that as well. It's quite clear. Yeah, they want you to buy for each game, which in their sense makes perfect sense in a company. It's not the particularly best for us as consumers, but I see exactly why they are doing it. But from their point, it makes perfect sense to me. Also, if you are joining us, don't forget to drop a like. It helps people come find the video and chat more. That's how they're looking at it. Whether it's true or not depends. Believe me, GW has made no friends in Australia with some latest box set prices. Just collect demons. As always, the answer that is always there for this. I just feel like Scythe Kurnos Hunters, Scythes going into a Horde meta, Scythes sort of do lots of, range and stuff. Makes sense to me that these are going to be the ones that I go with. How is 33? Yeah, I'm really excited to get some Sylvaneth on the table. Those new models yesterday were absolutely amazing for Sylvaneth. Yeah, I really dig the new Sylvaneth. Let me say, I'm probably going to go very heavy tree spirit. Not tree spirit. Revenant build. I've got 4 boxes of tree revs. These are all getting turned into tree revs here. But yeah, I think the new Sylvaneth just look absolutely stunning. Probably going to be the army I play for a while, I think. I'm going to need something after the Scourge disappear for a bit. No worries, Robert. Thank you very much for coming and chatting, man. Have a good afternoon, night, day, whatever it is, wherever you are. Sure. I'm really happy the Lady of Vine's got a model. Like, she was a major part of the story in the Realm Gate Wars. I'm really, really happy about that. There's been some really cool conversions out of that idea, Nick. We're about an hour and a half away from today's reveals. Get excited, people. Yeah, 40. So 4, 1, 39, and 40. So, yeah, my coffee's gone. On to energy drinks we go. Yeah. Just give me a sec. Should probably do some promotion of that. Actually, I'm going to go for a toilet break. I'll be right back, everyone. All right, we are back, everyone. Quick little Call of the Wild break. Back to building some Colonel Hunters. But yeah, Supremacy. It's such a cooler name for it than Priority, I will say. Nick and I recorded our first game of Conquest: Last Argument of Kings today for the channel, so that will be up in the coming days. But yeah, that should be a ton of fun to go check out. Three. 42. 44. But yeah, no, Conquest is a ton of fun. We played our first proper size game with Magic and draw events and all that sort of stuff. It was a load of fun, and I can't wait to get some more Conquest stuff happening on the channel. I actually started building Moonstone minis this afternoon as well, Nick, before stream. So I'll be working on them soon. Moonstone Twisted and Umbra Tourist to get done soon. But you know, that was a really enjoyable game. Yeah. Can't say much more other than some other things I've been told by this particular source have been proven right over the past couple of weeks. They're not close, but yeah, it's a thing. I don't know what Kurnothi are coming, but they know that GW have made it a thing that this is now something in their pipeline of works because of how popular they've been. Or they were. Skate's Wild Hunt, apparently that is the best-selling Underworlds box ever. Yeah, it could be. You're pretty sure Kurnoth is currently dead. Whether though, Alario just brought back Lady of the Vines and she was dead. And well, Alario also brought back Kragnos and he was dead. So could she bring back Kurnoth? Like that could be a really cool arc of like her whole next story is she's trying to bring back Kurnoth because you obviously have the Kurnoth hunters. These are the warriors that Kurnoth sends to guard Alario. Yeah, I do think it could be a rather interesting thing to have a look at. Like, to me, like, yeah, you brought up some more reference, but I think that is where the next expansion for Sylvaneth lies. Is it not like you've got those couple of bits and pieces there? Add in the beast elves, give another aspect to the army. So 51, 50, 60. But yeah, I'd be. Like Kurnothi. So we've seen two types of Kurnothi. First of all, we know it's just normal elves. Obviously, Kolathis, the exile, is just like she's just a normal elf, and she's Kurnothi. And then we've seen the like beast elves and Skaith as well. So be interesting to see where we sort of go with all of it. I hope in the new Sylvaneth tome we get a I'm trying to remember the name of Kolathis' thing. Something Wield. As in Weald. But I'd love to see like her thing get rules so she could actually be a usable model. Have sub-faction rules would be really cool. It'd be really interesting to sort of see. Like Kernothi, I think like you've got 3 units in Skate, well, 4 units in Skate Hunt. You've got a Beastmaster, you've got who is actually the wizard in the unit. When you read the rules, it's actually the Beastmaster one that's actually the wizard. You've obviously got Skaith in the Hunt, in the Centaur. You've then got Bowman and close combat units. So you've got 4 units you could easily build out of that box. Which would be really, really cool. So 59. $45. $47, $48. But yeah, about hour and 10. So what do I know about the Lady of the Vines? Honestly, I don't know too much more than like, what are we saying? Rules wise, I have no idea. I don't get told rule stuff generally by my source. Generally get told release stuff. However, she's supposed to be, like, according to Warhammer community, and they do hype things up a little, but they said she's somewhere like around the size of like Dryker and all of that. Oh, lore-wise, okay, so Lady of the Vines, lore-wise, is the Sylvaneth character who you meet in the very early parts of the Realmgate Wars. She's you use her as a branch wraith in that. In the very early books. And so she's the one that goes along with Lord Garrus Grimm, the Lord Castellan that is in Gardas Steel Souls Warrior Chamber. And they're the ones who actually go and seek Alariel and are chased by Torglug the Despised. It's the two of them. And effectively, at the end, Lady Vines gives up her life source to awaken Alariel and bring Alariel to the fight. She effectively dies in the Realmgate Wars, bringing Alariel back to life. And that's sort of her story. She also plays a major part in Tornus's redemption, or Torglug sort of, when he is sort of redeemed in the fights. He hesitates when trying to fight the Lady of Vines at points. So it's really interesting. So there's not too much lore in her. We just know she existed in the Realmgate Wars. She rebirthed Alariel. She's the reason Alariel's alive and awake, and Torglug didn't corrupt Alariel completely. And yeah. So now she's back. She's been brought back to life by Alariel, because Alariel's currently ascendant. Yeah, it'd be really interesting to sort of see how this all goes. So Lady of Vines does not actually know Gardas, though. She knows Lord Garrus Grimm, because obviously Gardas was at that point in the realm of Nurgle. So it's cool, though. It's cool to see them, like, going back to a character they actually built up in the Realmgate Wars and doing some more of them. All right. Much like Gardas, I really do like this sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm really happy with the bug raiders. I like the bug flyers as well. I like that they took the idea that they had on the Arch Revenant and made him really cool. They just need to get the Sylvaneth rules right this time. Sylvaneth should be able to see through forests at all times, and no one can see into their forests unless they're within a certain range. Yeah, they need to get the Sylvaneth rules right this time. Each. There we go. But yeah, it's cool seeing like Lady of Vines come up. I still want a model for Taurus to redeem though. I think a Chaos Lord turned back to Sigmar's side is one of the coolest things there could be as a character for Stormcast. Like showing that absolutely everyone is redeemable is just such a massive thing they need to bring back for the Stormcast. And last Kurnoth Hunter. These guys have taken way too long to build. I'd love to see Silent People get like a proper release. I wouldn't. Or I would also like. It'd be cool to see like Kragnos get like his people back, like the Dark Hook, to be a full like faction as well. Like Kragnos have his racist people. All right, 67. I did like the lore yesterday they shared on the Ogroids, showing that everything can fall to chaos. That the Ogroids actually did worship Gorkamorka. That's why they're like ogre-like people. Davis, yeah, I'm really excited for the character and Overlord do too, man. But yeah, on the Ogroids, I'm really excited that like they showed that like, oh yeah, these were Gorkamorka worshippers, and then Gorkamorka sort of wasn't the greatest god to them, and they joined Chaos. Robin, morning, mate. Yeah, Davis, I'm really excited for the new character in Overlord's Hero. I think it's such a cool way to add some new characters into the lore, building them up with novels. Is a really, really cool way to add some narrative, add some more models. Yeah, I think Sylvaneth will probably be my Age of Sigmar army until Slave to Darkness come out, and then I'll get some Ogroids. I mean, I say my Age of Sigmar army. We all know I change armies like I change clothes. Oh, nice. Getting painted corner. I'm probably going to go with some Zinch ones. That I can take a Thaumaturge, look nice in place with them. Yeah, I love the Sylvaneth. The archers were probably my favorite. Like, as much as I love the bugs, the archers were my favorite. I love that they took the idea of the Arch Revenant, the flying bug, and then added it. I think the archers probably are my favorite unit, favorite thing entirely that they've shown over the weekend. They would be so cool in a Living City army. I just hope they don't do mortal wounds. I hate ranged mortal wounds, so I hope they don't, so I can play around with more than a unit of them and not feel terrible. We need 70, 69, 70, 71. I'm so childish. Oh, I missed a bit on my Sylvaneth dude, did I? 38. Ooh, I missed a bit on that Sylvaneth. The second one. Whoops. Cool. There we go. Fixed. I forgot to put a piece on. Whoopsie doozy. Yeah, nah. Those winged units. Prosecutors are some of my favorite Stormcast. I love the Kinaraya from Doc. All that sort of stuff was awesome. And like even goes to like Elder. Like Swooping Hawks are my favorite aspect where I love the Scourges from Dark Elder. Who else has winged infantry? I guess you could say Furies. Chaos doesn't really. It's pretty much it, really, for winged infantry. What else could you add? I mean, you could certainly add like some weird, like harpy things for Beasts of Chaos. You can have like more like Bloodletters with wings would be pretty cool. Like mini like Bloodthirsters, like Bloodletters with wings would be pretty cool. Yay, we are on to the last bits of our Kernos Hunters, finally. 'Oops, that's not the right one. $85. Just do the left now. 6. And like I said, I definitely think like Korn could like do some cool like bloodletters with wings. I definitely think. Beast of Chaos is easy, just make like a winged gore. That used to be the conversion everyone used to make for harpies and Beast of Chaos in fantasy was get some Ungor and put wings up, put spare wings on them. Yeah, KO technically has winged infantry. Let's see. They've started putting a KO White Dwarf new KO character too much to hope for a KO Warcry band. What do you mean by that? Like the new KO character that got revealed the other day? He could totally get Warcry rules. Like the Go Track has Warcry rules. There's missions with him. I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility. Probably won't be until he's released, and probably after he's released. But I want to start getting more White Dwarfs because there's so much cool stuff in them. Yeah, we have seen the KO White Dwarf on what's coming. I don't think we've seen a Warcry update. Yeah, Bugvinson has Warcry rules. Like in the latest, the Fire Slayer and IDK one, the Throwmaster and the Fire Dude got Warcry rules, and got cards and all that. White Dwarf actually has a bunch of really cool stuff for the side games. I need to start getting my White Dwarf more often. Thinking I may like get a subscription to it to ensure I get it, because yeah, there's a ton of cool stuff coming out in White Dwarf lately. Yeah, I really am liking all the stuff we're getting into White Dwarf lately. I think White Dwarf is actually really cool at the moment. I'm going to send my KO army off to a commission painting. It's one of those forces I'm just never going to get to paint. So all my KO is going to a commission painter for the channel. Hopefully get the funds together. Probably sending it off about June-ish, I think. Nice. Yeah, they're just a project. Like, I've got a giant KO army. I'm just not going to get to it anytime soon. So for me, it's get it done by commission painter, and it can be painted and be used on the channel. Sort of how I look at it. Damn it. $84, $87. Oh, and we are done. These kind of hunters, these have been a slog to get done. But about half an hour until the reveals now as well. Yeah. Like the Blades of Corn White Dwarf, for example, talking of like White Dwarfs, has a whole Blades of Corn vs. Zinch campaign in it to play through. Alright, well, that's my Colonel Hunter's built. Don't you fool. Stay where I want you to stay. It's a terrible idea to put it there, but it's going to look cool when I paint it up. It's going to break at some point. I can see it, but cross that bridge when we come to it. Half an hour to go, we might just build the single model I have, rather than the 20 tree revs I've got to build. One, two. Three, and it was four. Four. Alrighty. So those watching, what do we think of 6-month GHBs? Because I'm not a fan. Like, if points are going to be free, I'm almost thinking I don't buy it. Because I'd rather just play other battle plans with random battle plan generators and stuff like that existing. I don't think it's necessary to own it for someone who's not that caring. Yeah, it's like I really don't know whether I'd like bother buying the next GHB if I've got random battle plan generators. Same with like the open war cards that are going to come for 40k. I don't know whether I bother buying a 40k booklet. What's it called? Chapter approved. All right, especially at 6 months. Like 6 months. Yeah, for me, I've played like a couple of hundred games in 6 months. Like I do this part time, I would say, for a job. And to me, it doesn't seem worth it. So, love to know how other people feel about it. So if it doesn't seem worth it to me, how do other people feel about it that aren't going to get as many games in as me? Like, I get that 6 months are good for balance, but couldn't this just be an FAQ? That couldn't we? Isn't that what the FAQ is supposed to do? It seems like they're just selling us what should be an FAQ as a product. That's how I feel about it. Especially like listening to how they talked about the 40k one, it just sounded like an FAQ. So why is that just not the FAQ? And now we're instead getting charged for a new product that previously was an FAQ. How the heck does this go together? Okay, there we go. I got it. But yeah, I really don't like 6-month book cycles. That just seems like for people who are okay. Like, what's the difference between this and getting a new limited Romulus book within 6 months that people were up in arms about? It's the same thing. Right, it's 110. We should probably, at this point, I should probably get myself set up to actually stream. Now, hopefully their sound's not terrible today, because they had awful sound yesterday on their one. I had to literally put my phone next to my speaker because their sound wasn't coming through loud enough. Oh, clicked the wrong things. Alrighty, well, while we wait for that, we can finish off this dude. So we have number 5. Oops. So 6 and 7. Oh. Alrighty, waiting for that stream to start of theirs. Theirs is probably starting in about 5 minutes. Means we'll be getting over on there in about 5, 8. So as we near the point of the stream going live, everyone, let us know what you are looking forward to on Box Games Day. A valiant morning. Good to see everyone popping in the chat as we're about to hit up. Don't forget to drop a like on the video if you're coming in, popping in however long you stay. Adventure, Trader Guard, Kill Team. Yeah, like that was one of my predictions. I think Trader Guard versus maybe whatchamacallums, Leagues of Votan is a good shout for a Kill Team. Joe, hello there. Welcome everyone joining us, and we are probably going live very soon. They got theirs up yet? Yep, they are live. All right, so give me a sec. We will. All right, their sound is so much better today. Give me a sec. I'm going to pull up my chat while we wait. How is the sound for everyone? Not really. Oh, yeah, there's one thing that can beat that, and that is a Kurnothi Warcry warband. $12, $11. Yeah, man. Yeah, they did announce Warhammer Middle-earth. They did say Middle-earth yesterday, which was not something shown in the actual review stream. So, like, they haven't. They said it yesterday, but they haven't actually put up any banners for it or anything. Like, nor said it on the box game. So, I'd be really excited if we do get some Middle-earth. Middle-earth's a weird one, yeah. Like I said, they said it in the stream yesterday, but it's not appeared on anything. So I don't know what the go is there. Hopefully we do. Be cool to see some Middle-earth stuff. Yeah, today is the day I think that there is the most unknown about. Like, we could have said Skaven and Sylvaneth yesterday. We could have said Chaos and Leagues of Votann for 40k. You know, it's 30k tomorrow. We know what's coming. It's the starter box. But what is coming today? Like, Warcry, I think it's going to be the Hishut Warband. Kill Team is pretty unknown. Necromunda is probably Ash Waste, but what Ash Waste? What exact vehicles are we going to get? Today is the day where I think is going to be the most exciting because it's going to be the most unpredictability today, I think, out of any of the days. Or Avelian, maybe not, man. I'm predicting Marine Spaces. Maybe we will see a Sylvaneth Warband. The Kurnothi one for it. bit snapped off my Reverend. I was like, why won't this bit go on like that? Telling me to. Because his wrist snapped. What is that happening? In a sec, I'm just going to refresh the page here. Because that was not cool. Why it was going so out of focus on the screen. No one wants to hear an advert. Welcome to Twitch adverts, everyone. I apologize for the Twitch adverts, everyone. I'm not paying for Warhammer TV stream. This is some real quality content for you all to enjoy, or watching, a cutout of someone riding a bull. Real quality stuff. All right, that's better. Oh dear. I forgot the ads would play.
Hello everybody and welcome. We are live once again on this day 3 of Warhammer Fest Online 2022. It is a great honour to be back with you and to be talking about all of the skirmish games and other cool stuff Eddie,
Alright.
welcome back to the show.
It's a pleasure to be here. It feels like only yesterday we were here revealing cool stuff for other game systems, and we're back already.
I know, I've actually been super excited about this all day. I've had the morning off work, I sat there and built a new model and just couldn't wait to come and be hyped because I know what we're going to show and talk about.
I think we've got some surprises today that people maybe aren't expecting.
Yes,
This might be the sleeper hit surprise day of Warhammer Fest.
I am with you all the way. I think that if you have tuned in from wherever in this wonderful world you are, that you are in for some pleasant surprises. So, we should probably do our introductions and make sure that we get this thing started off properly. First of all, welcome everybody from wherever in the this wonderful world that you live. There are 10,000 of you in the chat already, and we can see it filling up. It is a great honour to have you with us, and we're glad you chose to spend the time. We are not just Eddie and myself, though. We've got Raph on our broadcast team. He is sat there like a tech idiot, plugged into 100 million things, making sure the pictures work and everything goes just fine. And of course, we have Notley leading the moderati in the chat to make sure that everything flows.
Alrighty, so yeah, everyone,
Eddie,
where is everyone from?
have you done any?
Let's do what they and what hobby have we been working on? Let's answer the same questions they're doing.
So I picked up my Underworld box.
Did you yesterday?
Yeah, so I'm quite excited about that. I'm going to paint up the Skaven first. I might do the elves at some point. The good stuff is the action Skaven. I'm excited about those. And I have been eyeing up the new Necromunda Nomad as well.
Oh, really?
They fit right into my my thing. They're like weird and buggy and strange and creepy and crawly. And
I like it.
I dig it.
Yeah, well, I very much sit on the other side of that particular box game, the House All Up, even wearing my House All Up t-shirt today, proudly representing my home boys from the Underhive. I put together my first model for the Horus Heresy today. Yeah, a Dark Angels Legion Praetor. That was pretty jolly.
Are you agreeing yet that Dark Angels are better in black?
So I've always liked the Raven Wing. They're literally my favourite part of the Dark Angels lore. So
you know
I'm going to neatly dodge your jibe at the noble First Legion and just say that the Raven Wing are amazing, and I'm looking forward to painting more things in that colour scheme. What about you, chat? Done any hobby? If you have, let us know. On the subject of skirmish games, actually was at a tournament for a Middle Earth strategy battle game at the weekend.
Nice.
My good friend Sam. It's a doubles event. We did pretty well. Came away with a little mug trophy. We didn't win the whole thing, but we did all right. It was good. And it's kind of whetted my appetite again. So I've agreed to go to another doubles tournament here at Warhammer World in the summer. I think it's at the end of June. So I've got to paint an Iron Hills army.
I always find that whenever you go into a tournament, you spend ages and ages and ages like getting your army ready and finish painting it just the night before the tournament, and you're like, oh man, if I never see another brush again, it'll be too soon. And then after 2 days of seeing cool armies, you're like,
you're ready to go, right?
Just go for another army. That'd be cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty much how tournaments work. You go to one, and then you're just like, oh yeah, it creates a bug like going to a tournament.
Erebor, which is staffed by the King of the Iron Hills at that point, and Dale at the time of the War of the Rings, so that's old King Dane. And of course, I think he pushed at that because of my son's name is Dane, so it seems like a good way to go.
But you found the whole thing.
It is.
Middle Earth strategy back game. Just get me excited for it. I've got a whole Eastling army up there.
Have some Middle Earth today.
Well, we definitely have some Middle Earth today, and I'm excited to talk about it. So,
okay, cool. Confirmed. Middle Earth coming.
We've got Necromunda. We've got a bit of Warcry. So if you've got a favourite skirmish game in the chat, let us know what you're particularly looking forward to. You got a few minutes to kind of speculate wildly before we dive into the actual showing you cool stuff. And also, I think your favourite thing is it's probably time for letting.
I was about to go to the chat. Yeah, absolutely. Well, before we do, I asked people what they were doing. You've got people painting Dark Angels. Excellent choice. Got some people doing. Sons of Horus. You've got people working on Wordbearers. There's a lot of Horus Heresy stuff going on in the background. A Formoroid Crusher. A Chaos, just with loads and loads of exclamation marks. So that is great to see that there's loads of hobby going on. But of course, my favourite thing to do, and I think the chat has already started to erupt with it, is to ask people where they're from. Give a shout out to your domain in the chat.
Your realm, your planets, your.
Somebody shouted Black Coach, which I think is an answer to the hobby rather than where you're from. But if the place in this world called Black Coach, it sounds amazing. Oh my goodness, here it goes. It's just going so fast. Netherlands, Germany, Bald, Nostramo. Okay, some people are getting exotic. Houston, Texas, Panama. I don't think I've ever seen Panama in the chat before. That is exciting.
Welcome, Panama.
Oregon, Denmark, Shyish, Montana, Minnesota, Caliban. Oh, the home world. So many.
Caleb, yeah, I'm looking
I love
forward
it.
to a
Warhammer
ton of stuff today.
Is just great.
I love
To
skirmish
see all
games.
these people tuning in from around the world, and you're going to spend a little bit of time just getting super excited about the Warhammer hobby with us. And I am properly excited. I've actually been a bit giddy. I arrived early and just sat in here and talked Rap's ear off, poor guy.
What you don't know, viewers at home, is that even when the camera's not rolling and we're not talking to him, he is just sitting here talking about Warhammer for about 18 to 19 hours a day.
If only it was true, I certainly would. Somebody says, I am from Earth. I couldn't agree more. Me too. Stockholm. There's a lot of like chapter homeworld getting shout-outs right now. Olfen Khan. That's the curse city, isn't it? You know, I mean, I don't know how the internet is in the curse city, but you seem to be managing. There we go.
Good little job there from Adam. The internet is the curse city. Well done.
Not just sitting close enough.
Eddie is a quiet man, and I'm a loud man. So, but we'll get him to enunciate for your satisfaction and delight. Okay, so how is this show going to work? Well, for about an hour, what we're going to do is get very excited about a whole bunch of cool reveals. And we're going to start them off with a video right now.
All right, what are we seeing? Kill Team? Yeah, this is Kill Team. All right, yeah. All right, so, yeah. Chaos Guard. Oh, Phobos Space Marines. Okay, I didn't see Space Marine. Space Marines for Kill Team. Some nice, unique sculpts there. That is creepy. Oh, Chaos Ogren. I do like those folks. That's cool. Oh, Trader Krieg. I don't mind the Marines in that. The Marines were cool. Unique sculpts. I like them.
So this is the next quarterly expansion for Kill Team. I think people who are fans of Kill Team will now sort of see the pattern. We've played a bit of Kill Team.
Pick me, yeah.
That's the last time I played with you. So this is the next quarterly expansion for it. We've got two brand new Kill Teams in Kill Team Morok. Morok as a setting finds itself still within the rift near the Necromunda Gauntlet. So we're still fighting over that strategically important area of space, trying to kind of secure vital intelligence, trying to kind of have missions that either secure it for the forces of chaos to block the Imperium's path, or for the Imperium to kind of keep that narrow opening to the Dark Imperium open.
Cool.
And you've got two brand new kill teams, and it's a similar sort of set that we've seen previously.
This is cool.
Where one of the kill teams is all new. We've got lots of brand new kit basically, and half of the box is the other kill team, which is an expanded kit, which has some extra options and things to make a multi-part kit even more multi-part, more options than it's ever been before. But both of these factions, I think, will be well received by Kill Team fans. I think you've got Space Marine, Phobos Marines in there, and you've got Traitor Guardsmen. I think Traitor Guardsmen will be a hit. The Forces of Chaos.
The chat has
I thought they might have liked that.
Well,
I thought they might like that. I think Space Marines as well. I think it's always nice to see Space Marines doing well in any game we make. I think they maybe weren't feeling quite as superhuman as they maybe should in Kill Team. And I think this will give them a chance to shine. So there is the box set itself, and you can see that it comes with some of the lovely new Fronteris terrain. So it's set on a kind of outpost world, and you've got some nice big line of sight blocking terrain, but also quite a lot of big empty space. So there's some interesting tactical decisions. I think one of the cool things about Kill Team is that as much as the miniatures, it's nice to have new kill teams, that the box is the star, almost the scenery is as important to your game as the miniatures. And
that's a cool box for Kill Team.
Just the kind of the denseness of the scenery makes a massive difference to how the game plays.
Well, that series of games that we played a few weeks back, what we were finding was that different kill teams were really flourishing on some of the tabletops, and then getting shot to ribbons or chopped to pieces on the other ones as sort of they found themselves a little bit out of their element potentially. I know I did. It came off quite badly in a couple of games. Yeah,
but I think there's plenty of properly line of sight blocking terrain on this, which is pretty cool. So it means that like you can keep some units very safe if you want to, and other bits of it, because of the way that the terrain's set out, potentially you've got to quite open areas that you need to kind of run across. So, for example, if you're a Traitor Guardsman, you definitely don't want to be running across an open ground on your own against Space Marines because you'll get gunned down. But generally speaking, you show up with some of your friends, or a big Ogren.
Yeah,
maybe.
quite so. So let's have a look at a little bit closer look at
All right,
the
so-
kill teams within it. This is the Militarum Traitoris Blooded kill team, and it is super.
Yeah,
super
price is going to be the
Do you
issue.
want to talk us through
I
it?
really love that dude with the
Absolutely.
meat
So in the
cleaver.
box, what you get is an entirely new.
No, I think the simple thing for this is they've just put a marine kit and put an expansion on it and just put it in. You probably can't use all of them.
Commissar and a Traitor Ogren. So we've seen those two models before because they featured in Warhammer Quest. Blackstone Fortress,
Yep.
but they've been out of production for a few months now, and they've actually been quite hard to get hold of. And I think they are just really, really cool models.
Super nice. Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're the way that this kill team works is a little bit like the Death Corps of Krieg that we saw already, in the sense that you've got quite a lot of bodies on the board, but rather than bring,
I really like that Trader Commissar is a very
with this team, rather than
homage like rendition of an old Commissar model.
Your army some kind of combat punch, and he's going to be up there with like some of the best combat units.
Does he not look like the old
no slouch.
the Commissar
But
Yarrick model?
The kit itself is like
That too.
incredibly flexible. So
Same sort of pose, right? As
the
Commissar
main
Yarrick on that
thing
Chaos
to talk
one.
about here is the amount of ways you can put this kit together. So as we've seen with things like the Commandos and the Death Corps and the Sisters of Battle, you can basically build every single model almost as a specialist in their own right, or you can build the box vanilla, as it were, and make everybody basically like a normal trooper with a las gun. So you can make a basic squad, or you can make a very cool veteran squad. And the veteran squad is probably what you're going to want if you're playing Kill Team.
If you're playing Kill Team, but let's just imagine that you tuned in 2 days ago to the Warhammer 40,000 stream as we talked about 40k for the Warhammer festivals, and you saw the new upcoming Codex Chaos.
But yeah, it's the same sort of pose.
On all of the cultists and things that exist there. This might be incredible.
I like that not all of these, like that these aren't so corrupted. Not all of these are quite corrupted. Like some of these could just be like regular guardsmen.
Space Marine Force and
Like the one on the top right of the guardsman just looks like a normal guardsman.
Something like a Word Bearer's Force. You can definitely go with the crazy lunatic cultists with mutations and things that we saw on Wednesday. But if you want something more organized for your disorganized rabble, and you have something like maybe an Iron Warriors Force or an Alpha Legion Force, you want something that looks like a guard regiment that's fallen traitor. This is they basically. So you can take this unit and pop them into your Chaos Army, and you get a slightly more organized rebel.
Yeah, and I think something that I need to do here is just get a bit excited about how cool some of the models are for a minute. There is one, the sort of center left, as you look at the screen, holding a cleaver and an axe, and he is clearly the happiest worker in the Raf just gone on. The happiest worker. He's just got this crazed smile. He's almost exactly as I imagine Elijah Koo from the Gaunt's Ghost novels, and he does not look like he's all right. But also beautiful beard on the plasma gunner. You've got a fantastic sniper troop at the top. Like so many great models. The chat's picking out their favourite ones. If there's one in their chat that you think is like your favourite out of this blooded kill team, let us know. Certainly, Ogren has had a huge amount of that.
Yeah, I mean, even though we've seen him before, like there's lots of people who didn't manage to get hold of that box. So if you didn't necessarily play Blackstone Fortress, you might not have picked up the expansion. I think these were 3 of my favourites that I'd picked out, which are worth calling out. So just to give you a sense that all of these are multi-part kits, and they're made for models that can also be represented as a guy with just a las gun. But this is these are the options where you can just build them with cool kit, basically. So you've got a very kind of almost siege specialist looking guy on the left there. You can imagine kind of breach and clear.
He reminds me of my friend Jamie. He's clearly going to spend his life with a riot shield and a shotgun, causing trouble.
Absolutely. So I mean, but as well, some of these bits on these models aren't super chaos. So you can imagine some of them mixing quite well with your standard veteran guardsmen.
I'm forever building up little Inquisition warbands and sort of daydreaming about sneaking around in the dark corners of the galaxy, and that sniper on the right.
Yeah.
So good.
There can be a lot of spare bits in this kit as well, depending on how you build it. So you've got the guy in the middle there with his 2 blades. So he's your kind of stealth stabby specialist. I'm not quite sure how well those blades are going to do against a Phobos Space Marine, but he probably knows his way around around shadows and dark.
Sometimes it's about where you stab, I suppose.
I think it is, yeah. But then you've got the sniper as well, who's like just a very cool model. I think that if you played Kill Team, you'll know that sniper units basically are really handy because the way the Kill Team works is you can basically be active or you can be hidden. If you're hidden, you don't usually get to shoot. But the exception is those kind of sniper units where you still get to kind of have your cake and eat it and pick out enemy operatives while you're safely nestled up in a.
So we're just going to let that base sit and let him, and we'll build him later. Let's pay attention to this properly.
It's the same Ogren Trade command set for Fortress.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of options on the hands, but like it's not. You can
Drop this down here.
There's a few kind of aesthetic and the same with the comic book. You maybe get like an option for
apologies for the terrible camera view. Well, I read.
But the rest of the boxes has got like loads and loads of options. If you've built something like
These look really, really cool.
Or the Sisters Battle, or the Commandos, or the Death Corps, then you'll know that like the amount of options you get in those is enormous. It's the same deal with these guys.
Absolutely. But of course, this is not all. Here is the
nice close-up.
commanders. You have a trade commissar, which he must be a proper Roman to have been, you know, a political officer within the imperial army.
I think what happened is he's lost his hat at some point.
That's
it's
it.
just the last
tipped
straw.
him over the edge.
It's just been, that's the
I like
end.
to imagine that his hat was getting stolen by the Tempestus Science too much, and it just flipped him out completely. Yes, and then they need somebody to fight, and here they are, the Phobos strike team, and this is just incredible looking. Eddie and I had a chance.
There's some really cool Marines in this, I will say.
Looking at all the different details.
I like the smoke bomb.
Like the
that head in the middle is really, really cool.
But with more options, essentially, there's an extra frame of plastic accessories which are going to enable you to turn.
I like that head with the beard in the middle on that Marine is cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you've built anything from the kill team sets that have had an optional extra sprue, you'll kind of understand the sort of thing we're talking about here. So we've seen it already with Chaos Space Marines and with Pathfinders, where you get like an extra bunch of options to turn your troops into specialists. And you can see a variety of different specialists in there. So I think the far right is maybe the most obvious. You can see that he's got a medic pack. So you can kind of like heal your troops, and that's always really useful in kill team, getting some of those wounds.
It's cool, like, because what's cool about this, right, and upgrades for on these is you can. This is a unit you can use in kill team and in 40k.
You can see the marksman up close, and he's adjusting the sight on the sort of targeting.
That's cool. I like that. I didn't notice that finger on the sight, like changing the sight.
For the grim darkness, but the target.
That's really cool.
Like, just giving it the good old adjustment for ends.
That's actually really nice little detail on that guy on the right.
Previously, there's only been sort of one way to build it, and now you've got this lovely.
Yeah, exactly like the Chow one.
But as you looked at that sort of whole shot of all of them together, it's really cool to see what are clearly stealth and sort of covert specialists within the Space Marine chapters.
I dig these.
Sort of extra nudge as they go into building properly.
Yeah, I think that there's lots of different ways you can take Space Marines, right? So you can do them as kind of like crusading space knights, and there's definitely like a range of miniatures that allows that. But one of the kind of cooler aesthetic ways you can take them is that kind of tactical spec ops sort of thing. And the Phobos pattern armor does that best. So Phobos armor has always been this kind of infiltratey specialist way of waging war. And this lets you do it properly. But there's so many cool extra bits and things. I think one of my favorite bits, actually, which has got almost nothing to do with the fact that their abilities in games, is the new head options you get in there. So some of those helmets and things there, you get like a half helmeted head, which we saw a little bit in the Space Marine arming ritual about how those bits fit together. But you can see he's got like horrible scars on that middle one, which look like he's been raked by a gene stealer or something like that. And you've got the night vision goggles on the one on the far right. Just loads of nice little options. Worth saying as well, because this is based on the Phobos armored kit, you can build it as incursors or inceptors. Infiltrators.
Sure.
So you can build it in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, like this screams to be a Death Watch kill team, doesn't it?
All 10 of
French ferret.
So basically, what you're doing with the Phobos team is building yourself some redundancy into your team. So
almost like you've got your special ops sort of group, sort of sat in your carry case waiting for action, and then you can.
You're like U5. Let's go. So you've got more than you need basically in terms of Phobos Marines for a kill team. So you can build your specialists, and then based on who you're fighting against, you can go, okay, I'm up against orcs. I don't want to get up close and personal. Let's get some combat specialists in there.
And they're going to look extra.
James, I wouldn't say on this. Like, I think it's warranted on this model. It's one model in the kit with a cool little smoke grenade. I don't think it bothers me in this 6 months.
Well, we are behind schedule because we got too excited, but that is fine. Okay. I apologise for nothing. So, reveal number 1 is in the books. But we are, I think it's fair to say, not done now. There have been a few people calling out for some Middle-earth content. They want to see some things for the Middle-earth strategy battle game. Let's see if we can oblige them. So, we know that Defense of the North is the new supplement for the Middle-earth strategy battle game, is bearing down upon us. And we've seen some of the miniatures released for it. So Middle-earth strategy battle game fans, rejoice. A much requested faction for the Middle-earth strategy battle game would be Bjornings. This is Grimbeorn. If you're familiar with The Hobbit, either the movie or the novel, then you'll know that there was a...
They're not allowed to do reveal trailers for Middle-earth. There's a reason why.
From the wolves on the sides of the mountain. This is his descendant, a man called Grimbeorn. He's also a changeling, and as you can see, he's built like a truck, and he can turn into a bear. It's pretty awesome. So much like the existing Bjorn model and rules in the strategy battle game, Grimbeorn will be able to do the same sort of antics. So he can either be a tough woodsman. You can see he's got a great bow on his back. But if you need to, you can
it's cool.
Into a bear and literally rend your enemies apart.
Starting to explore other parts of Middle-earth. I like it.
Worth the extra context of the next image, if I can just encourage Matthew across. He does not come alone. One of the things that is talked about, I believe it's in the Council of Elrond in the Lord of the Rings, when they're meeting and they're discussing the state of the world, basically, is that the paths that the Bjornings and Grimbeorn keep safe are being sort of encroached upon more and more by goblins and orcs. The Bjornings are an extremely hardy bunch of essentially wilderness people, and they live in that valley. And there's only a very few things known about them, which is one, they're tough and hardy, and two, they keep a lot of bees and they make a lot of honey. And actually, in prep for this, I went and I was like, I'm sure I remember this. And here it goes. This shows just how deep the Middle-earth strategy battle game team get into it. There is a bit when they've been provided with lembas bread by the elves. You'll have seen the scene in the movie where they're eating this bread and they're eating too much. And Gimli says, "Why? It's better than the honey cakes of the Bjornings." And that is great praise, for the Bjornings are the best bakers I know of. And there's even a rule tucked in for these guys, which reflects just how well fed they are. So, Middle-earth strategy battle game fans, this should serve two things to make you feel sort of happy and confident. One, that Defense of the North book really is coming. It's working its way towards us. And two, it's packed with even more great stuff.
It's cool.
How are you going to use an unusual group like Bjornings as an army? Well, that's going to be covered off. There's going to be a legendary legion within that book. So rather than an army list as you would expect, they've got a legendary legion, which lets you take Grimbeorn and then his warriors, or you can ally them into other good factions if you want to. They are really, really tough and durable. They think like some of the hardiest men, because they're descended from a family of changelings. There's a little bit of air in them. So I, for one, am quite excited.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, they look great. Yeah, I think what I like about the bear is that he clearly looks like he means business, but he sort of looks like quite a friendly bear at the same time.
There is something about bears, isn't there? And in fact, the bear was
they're probably the cuddliest lethal thing.
Yeah. Like you want to hug them, but you know it might just cleanse you if you do. There we go. Oh, the bear puns in the chat are going off. Must be for that bear and pretzel gaming people are always talking about. Nice, well played, whether that was.
No, this you could say. It's getting unbearable waiting for that book.
We promised that there would be something for you to be excited about, and we didn't tell no lies. However, we are not done. There are still more reveals. I promise the chat is about to go proper postal. Raph, would you like to play the next video?
What are we seeing now?
Not everyone here kills for loot. Some of them dig for it. Not that they won't kill you, especially if you call them squats.
Okay. This is cool. Dig these. Okay, I was not expecting that from Necromunda. I expected them to be the other kill team.
They all show up at once. What are we looking at?
I'm so excited. I really am. This is amazing. So these are the Ironhead Squat Prospectors. They're part of the Necromunda game and range. Where do I start? I'm going to start with the models, right? Which is that it's a fantastic plastic gang of miniatures, much as you'd expect from the team that have been working on Necromunda over the past few years. I'll get into the details of them in a minute, but this is like a gang in a box. You could pick up this set and play with them right off the bat. They are slow but super tough, both in terms of how durable they are, the quality of their armor and war gear. They're excellent in a fight. They're great at shooting. They're carrying seriously advanced weapon tech. When you think about most of the gangs in Necromunda, they're kind of making do and mending.
One of the gangs has just got rats stuck on a stick.
Exactly right, rat on a stick. What a weapon! Whereas what you're seeing here is Ironhead war gear. So center at the back, for example, that's an Ironhead heavy stubber, which is a double-barreled, barrel-fed, drum-fed heavy stubber. It's rapid fire, too many. It just pours lead out. You've got Ironhead autogun, bottom right-hand side, which is it's rapid fire too. So these things are churning out the same sorts of number of shots that you'd expect from like a heavy weapon.
KO kit bash material for sure.
Right center is that's an Ironhead bolt gun. So
I really dig these. These are cool.
Tremendously grim. And then in our center, you've got the leader of the warband, and he's carrying a power hammer.
That power hammer is sweet.
What are squats, and why are they Necromunda, and why am I just shamelessly calling them squats? Let me please explain. 10,000 years ago, when the Horus Heresy was over, the Imperium went through a period of great rebuilding, as well as reconquest and hunting down the heretics and purging them. And one of the planets that needed a lot of rebuilding was Necromunda itself. Squats, I suppose at the time, they would have been called kin, settled on Necromunda to help with that rebuilding process. Think of these as like engineering and clan families that turned up and participated in rebuilding the hives and in sort of getting the industry back up and running. 10,000 years later, these are the remnants of those clan families that turned up and got involved. And so they are quite disparate from the League of Votan, which we've been focusing quite a lot over the last few months.
Okay, so that's some cool narrative around them.
Sort of a 10,000 years diverged culture. So these are quite literally what we would have heretofore called squats. As we've talked about Warhammer 40,000, they live typically outside of the cities, although they're they have a presence within the hives, and they operate in enormous mining rigs. We're talking like bigger than oil rigs, like sort of small towns on caterpillar tracks that travel across the ash wastes. They'll pull up an area which is rich in sort of radiation or mineral deposits, whatever, and they will sort of circle the wagons, so to speak, and they'll spend months or years in this place absolutely sort of eking every piece of mineral worth out of it, and then they'll roll on. That is quite an aggressive mining technique, and so that brings them into constant conflict with the other sort of gangs and factions operating out in the rad wastes and the outlands around Necromunda. Oh, what else is there to say?
Yeah, so they're they are definitely distinct from the League of Votan. I think as far removed from them as even more so maybe than the gangs of Necromunda are from something like the Astra Militarum.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I think that's a very fair comparison. There's 10,000 years of divergence from the main sort of Leagues of Votan race.
Distant cousin sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
The fact we haven't seen Warcry yet gives me hope that that's going to be something nice and big.
Some contact still between them. It's disparate. It's like, your cousins you don't see very often. They've got their own look and feel.
They just show up at Christmas.
Yeah, if you compare that Hearthkin model that we saw a couple of weeks back to the Ironhead Prospectors, you can see some of those differences. And in many ways, these are extremely close imagery-wise to some of the things you'd expect to see from the squats of my childhood. Squats were my first Warhammer models, and the shape of the helmets, that sort of bulbous.
Yeah, there's some quite nice kind of retro nods out there to some of the original miniatures.
So I'm beside myself with joy when I saw these. The guys who work in the Forge Road studio, I've known some of them for a very long time, and they knew I had this sort of weird affinity with squats, and so when they showed them to me, it was they all had quite a good laugh as I sort of lost my mind, a bit like the chat did as the video was going on and people were screaming various sort of dwarf war cries in the chat. Whew. If we hop back, I can tell you a little bit more about some of these things. So we've talked a tiny bit about the Ironhead Prospectors and some of their gear. The one in the centre, he would be your. he says he's your charter master leader, and he is equipped with a power hammer. And then the other thing he's got is a stone burner, sort of looms over his shoulder. They've all got lights in their helmets. I love the fact
Strong kind of mining aesthetic.
Yeah, I love the fact the helmet's painted yellow. That was where I was going next. So there's this really sort of tough and sort of doughty, sort of minor dwarf aesthetic, which suits absolutely how they operate.
This is
They're all
really
tools.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we see for Warcry now.
That have got like their skull and beard. There's this nod to that old sort of ancestor connection that the squats of yore had. And within their lore, which is in the book of the Outlands, which we'll talk about in just a moment, it talks a little bit about how they are in some way still connected to those core elements of the Leagues of Votan. We wrote an article for Warhammer Community recently, I think, which said, like, what is a Votan? And so there is still a shared connection to that heritage, but they have diverged quite a way off. Somebody in the chat just said, and I love it, they look like they work for a living. And this is one of the things that we were talking about. Like, their harness for their weapons and all their gear is literally built into their armor. So you can imagine that they're, I don't know, like scraping the soil for iron filings or useful radiation or whatever it is that's Ironhead proper.
You can imagine them,
and the guns are just slung to the side.
Yeah, you can imagine them kind of like in a mining pit somewhere, like getting out the ore, and then some rebel cultists sort of show up, and they're like, "Oh, this again." Sort of put down the power hammer, pick up the auto gun.
It's almost like a break from the hard and bad jobs.
Yeah,
I love everything about these. And to sort of reconnect and go back to that Book of the Outlanders theme, this is a piece of artwork taken from said book. Here is the cover. The Outlands is an upcoming expansion for Necromunda Ash Wastes. And as you would expect, it breathes a lot more life and information into this incredibly interesting part of Necromunda. I should talk about a little bit about what's in its contents. Essentially, you've got lots of lore for the Ash Waste nomads. You can see them in the background.
Still not a core rulebook, though. I want a core rulebook not inside that box set for Necromunda.
All of their rules and extra bits and pieces using them in campaigns. And the same for the Ironhead Prospectors. So if you want to really delve into that extra lore of Necromunda, I love it. I think that the team that are working in the Warhammer studio on these.
I think Necromunda started to feel like a really complete and immersive setting, hasn't it? From what was basically just have a big fight in a city a few years ago. This latest edition of Necromunda now feels like such a full and rich and complete setting in its own right. And I love the idea that every world in the
but is this a core rulebook? This is Book of the Outlands. This is an expansion to me, not a core rulebook.
Yeah. Now, somebody in the chat in capitals, which seems like a rude way to communicate. Charles, where are our generic vehicle rules? Well, we've got you covered because the Book of the Outlands also includes all sorts of rules for vehicles within it. So you'll expect, I would imagine, that you'd have things like the Orlock Outrider Quad and that Cargo 8 Ridge Hauler that we've seen.
Yep, all that's in it.
But there's a whole bunch more rules for vehicles inside this book.
So the other place that we will have seen industrial vehicles outside of things like the Cargo 8 Ridge Hauler that we know is on the way for Necromunda would be in the forces of something like the Genestealer cults, who regularly make use of looted Imperial vehicles for their own nefarious ends. And lots of those industrial vehicles are available for use by any gang in this book.
So my Orlocks were ahead of their time when they got themselves a Goliath, which I thought was very funny at the time, rock grinder. So I've had one of those in my shelf with my Orlock gang for ages.
Be interesting.
That's completely an option, as are the bikes. Just forgotten the name.
Jackals.
There you go. And I've been working out whether or not I should buy some of those and convert them, and it's going to be on my Orlocks. And I need to do it quick because when the Ironhead Prospectors come along, I think I might be distracted.
Yeah. I think worth saying as well that lots of the gangs that you are already familiar with will also have bespoke vehicles on the way eventually for them. So if you've got a Goliath gang or an Escher gang or something like that, there will be things much like the Orlocks got.
Right, they're talking about this for a while. We've only got 25 minutes left of reveals.
That are available to everybody, and what it means basically is that if you have a gang for Necromunda, or you don't fancy
stop talking about a book. Let's see more stuff.
You can still come into the Ash Wastes and join in the kind of vehicular carnage taking place outside of the hive. If you guys fancy, step outside, catching some rays, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So within it, you're going to find everything you need, loads to sort of really breathe more life into your Necromunda games. There's all of that background. There's sort of extra brutes and things to be involved in, rules for things like that. There's rules for designing your own vehicles. You choose from sort of a set template and then add extra sort of options from the list into it. Yeah, basically, if you like the idea of herring around the ashways, causing trouble, machine gunning things, and just generally having a swell time, this book is going to make it even
I'm quite over the Necromunda reveals now. It's cool, but I wanna see more stuff.
Rather than the book, because that'd be weird. I don't know. I would imagine not, because that'd be a bit like saying are Orlocks compatible with Astra Militarum armies. They're just different things. But if you really like them, I'm sure you can find a way.
Yeah, they're definitely different. So they're not necessarily designed to fit in the same force, but you know,
quite so.
You do you.
Yeah, well, exactly. Who am I to stand in the way of such joy? Well, we're doing quite
excited about it.
I am like so far so good. Like today is made of win. I was so excited for people to see the Ironhead Prospectors. As you said, like you go. Like, what have I been in the hobby for? 32 years. Squats were my first ever Warhammer models, and they all vanished by the time I was about 16. And now they're just returning with a vengeance. You're thinking, which just like there's newness to them, but the core, that like the underbelly to that lore is like so familiar and so rich and interesting. And then like Necromunda, which is just being expanded constantly. It's like the most amazing place to have like
and now playing other companies' games now and realizing how little like rule books you need for other games.
But there's more.
There is more. How about we ask Raph to play another video?
A change has come upon Gurg, twisting the land, awakening new ones and ancient secrets. And so the brave set forth into the wilds, where they will find riches, glory, and dangers.
Yes, please. Ooh! This is a proper new edition of Warcry. That's a new logo.
Stuff for Warcry, Eddie, and starting with what looks like a different logo. Clearly, I need somebody to explain it.
Yes, so potted history of Warcry. Warcry, since its inception, has effectively taken place within the shadow of the Varan Spire in the 8 points in the desolate wastes that lie beyond Archaon's fortress, as Chaos Warbands vie to catch the eye of the Everchosen. So it was very cool. We got to see loads of different Chaos factions and all sorts of cool stuff. But what it meant was that the game was very much kind of, it was Chaos first, and then everybody else kind of got to join in if they wanted to. But what's happening with Warcry now is that the Mortal Realms is absolutely packed with loads of places where skirmishes happen almost all the time. It's an age of unending war. So there are limitless places for warbands to fight and battle, and very soon we'll be exploring a brand new one, which is known as the Gnarlwood. So the Gnarlwood is a space within the realm of beasts, where, as you saw alluded to in that trailer, something has crashed into the realm of beasts and caused this vast jungle expanse to exist. And warbands have been drawn there by the law of power and riches and relics and magic items and all the stuff that usually happens whenever there's almost anything in Age of Sigmar. And various different factions are now vying to control portions of the Gnarlwood. So it's very cool because it means that there's loads more stuff coming for Warcry. It also it's exciting because we get to see a brand new space.
Yeah, I don't want Warcry rules to change too much. Warcry, I think, has the
it's very, very different. Feels a very different kind of feel and aesthetic than the old points.
I like it. So we saw within that video some new and quite distinctive models. What are the Horns of Hashut?
So Hashut is a name that might be familiar to.
It rings a bell.
It rings a bell. Yeah, a big brass bell made out of iron, perhaps forged somewhere in the desolate plains.
Yep.
Hashut is the father of darkness within the Warhammer setting. He was, or maybe still is, the god of the Chaos Dwarves, or the legions of Hashut. But he is more than just a god of the Dwarves. He is a deity that is worshipped by all sorts of different factions throughout the Mortal Realms. And one of the factions that worship him are the Horns of Hashut, which are human mortal followers of this deity. And what they do is they seek out places for his legion to exploit and attack, basically. So they've seen this vast jungle which is seeping with magical power and energy, and they hate it, frankly. They're like, no, we don't like that. We're going to burn it down. We're going to destroy this place, and we're going to replace it with glorious desolation in which we can put forges and foundries and things like that, and bring the legions of Hashut with us to cleanse the lands. Basically, they see themselves as on a righteous journey to purge anything that doesn't cower to the power of their particular Dark Master. So the miniatures are very cool. There's lots of kind of nods in there to the origins of Hashut. So his kind of default go-to icon is the great kind of brass bull.
Yep.
And
There was more mortal followers. This isn't all of them.
There of those warriors, and you can imagine that, in game terms, they're going to run at you in a kind of literally bullishly
Yeah, here we
way.
go. Here's the other ones.
But the other thing that he's famed for, that he's renowned for, is this idea of fire and furnaces and forging. So he's Chaos has lots of.
Is that a flamethrower? Oh my god, it's a blunderbuss.
It's that idea of like a dark
Yes.
where hellish weapons are created, and you can see on the top left there. There is a kind of flamethrower or almost device. So you can imagine that going into the jungles of Gur, the forest, they will just try and burn it down, basically. So obviously in the Mortal Realms, jungles aren't without protection, and they're probably fairly dangerous places for a variety of different reasons, but that's not going to dissuade
The fact this is going into a jungle in Gur gives me hope for Konothi.
With desolation and ashes. So that's what they're
Yeah, when you have a good look at these, you can see all sorts of little clues about sort of like the cultures and things that exist in the mortal realms. I love all the little runic sort of inscriptions that are carved into the plates on what looks to be a bit like sort of lamellar armor almost. It's like sort of a plate mail, and like they've got that bull sort of graven image on their helmets, makes them look really tall and almost alien, and the eyes glow. The miniatures design team in the Warhammer studio clearly had a lot of fun interpreting what the human followers of Hashut would look like, and obviously the chat has observed, maybe they'd expect to see Chaos Dwarfs, and maybe one day you will.
We've seen quite a lot of hints about like almost the economy of chaos, right?
Yep.
So the way that like all the different bits of chaos fit together and trade with each other and things like that. So even in things like the Dominion box set, where you've got things like the goblinoids, the gits that come with that kind of accompany the Oryx, they have little pieces of armor and things that actually they're like a million miles away from some of the little pieces of armor and things that adorn these, and some of the runes and stuff have some commonality. So I think throughout all of Warcry, one of the things that's been really cool is that Chaos isn't just like loads of barbarians. It's as rich, if not richer, in terms of its cultural.
I'm really excited for these guys.
The kind of mortal followers of the God King.
This is my stuff.
I
love Warcry.
This vast swathe of different aspects of Chaos, and it's cool that we get to see that in miniature form.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give a big shout out to the sort of the spears and sort of polearm weapons, which have got sort of two sort of double points, so simultaneously a bit like an elegant dining fork, but also clearly got that bull horn shape going on.
The chains on them as well are quite reminiscent of like a bull ring almost.
Oh yes, okay.
Through the nose. That's what I'm getting from it.
Yes, and actually you can see that motif repeated on like the armor plates and things. I hadn't even noticed that. That's very good. Got the bull ring on the nose of the center guy.
Human followers of Hashut.
Pretty cool.
You even got hooves on the feet. If you look at the way that the shoes on
the front,
the warrior
really
guys
good,
have
like
got, they're literally like putting the iron boot of their Dark Father down on the Mortal Realms. So there's loads of nice little touches.
I love it. There's a few people in the chat saying like, is this will the rules completely change for Warcry? What can you tell us about that?
So we'll have more information about exactly what this means for Warcry, but this is going to be a pretty big shake-up of it, because this is the biggest change we'll have seen for Warcry since the launch, basically, because we're literally moving location. It's not just about new warbands, although there's going to be plenty of new miniatures, because we're entering like an exciting new space. So in the same way that you saw with so far in the all points, in the 8 points of the Mortal Realms, we saw all the different factions that are competing there. Yeah. You can expect the same sort of idea of like, well, we're in a brand new setting. There's this big, massive, sweeping jungle. You can imagine some of the things that you might get in a weird, creepy forest somewhere in the realm of beasts. We'll see some of those things popping up. So it's just a really exciting time, basically. So like the main takeaway here is Warcry still very much a thing. Lots of cool new stuff coming.
Yeah,
a bit of a
absolutely.
change of theme, and I think as well, Warcry is now going to be less about just about being for chaos and less out.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's show.
No, I think they're
related to this. Who and what is the Centurion Marshal?
So this is probably might be my
Oh,
favorite.
It's the showstopper.
This dude is awesome.
All of Warhammer First almost this year. So this is a Centaurian Marshal. It is a huge model. You get a sense of how big it is if you look at the skulls there. That's not just a human-sized.
Warcry is great. French Fair, if you'd like, you could check out a Warcry battle reports on the channel.
He's got 4 arms and 4 weird horse legs. He is
He's an octo-limbed monstrosity, isn't he?
Yeah. So this is a chaos kind of monster hero character. So as we saw with Warcry previously, there will be models that are available to multiple factions. So this guy is a chaos ally basically. So you can put him into your alongside your various different chaos forces. So if you've got any of the original chaos warbands for Warcry, you can put him in there. He can fight alongside the Horns of Hashut, and obviously he's got it fits in quite well. He's got that kind of bullish look to him. But he also fits in with kind of anything that's chaos flavored. You can also put him inside your Slaves to Darkness army. So if you've got something like, if you play Age of Sigmar and you've got some Chaos Knights or Marauders or something like that, he also fits in quite nicely with them, and he's got similar sort of aesthetic there with the kind of chaos plates. And all
Yeah,
that.
I would agree with James. It's the best current
Cool
rule
model,
set.
first and foremost, but plenty of utility to use him in your game.
I think somebody may have spotted something off of the Rumour engine from a while back as well.
I think the
'Cause
tail,
his tail
yeah, I
is
think
quite
may
distinctive.
well have been used. And the
and I
neck
think-
as well, I think.
And I think in sort of black and white and from an obtuse angle, could easily look like it belongs to an entirely different sort of Warhammer creature. He's like made for war, isn't he? Like each arm is holding a different, like brutal looking weapon or device, and then even his tail is sort of a double.
Yeah,
spike.
you can imagine this guy sort of entering a
Katara across Goro, really, isn't it?
The axe or the mace. And he's like,
Yes.
yes, I would. But there's a really strong kind of gladiatorial vibe, isn't there? You've got that kind of chainmail mesh, and the idea of the spear and the net there as well. It's just fun. There's lots going on, but it all kind of works when it fits together. Very, very chaos, but I think a painter's dream. I would not be surprised if we saw this model pop up in a few gold.
Yeah,
demons.
that's
like,
Matara.
Feels like a golden demon,
that might
doesn't it?
make it, doesn't it? So really exciting to know that this is going to be available to Warcry, but also a delight for the followers of Chaos in
Watagoro.
Sigmar as well. Whew. Well, where does that leave us? Let me consult the thing. We have seen a whole bunch of stuff, and I have to bring it all home. Here we go. Well, what would be nice would be at this stage to do a review of all the things we've done.
Yeah.
Maybe some people have come in late into the chat and have missed some things and are wondering what's what. So how about Raph sets it up and we can do like a run through of all the cool things we've seen. So we started off with the amazing looking.
I don't think we're seeing anything else. I think this is going to be the shortest preview today.
Continuing that narrative of these amazing battles that are taking place in the Necromunda Gauntlet. Which is
I'm quite happy with Warcry though. Like, that's cool.
places in the entire galaxy right now. And with this, there's
I love Warcry. Warcry is such a good game.
Kill team. We've got this
Really, really excited for that stuff.
kill team with those traitor command that we'll have seen once before. Multi-part kit, loads of options in there. Incredible way to represent those more disciplined cult mortal members of Chaos armies. Very exciting. And then the Ogryn took the chat by storm. But also, they're not alone. You've got the Phobos strike team, which is, if you're familiar with the Incursors and Infiltrators, it's like that plus loads of options to make the specialists that you'll see within the kill team, such as the Helix Adept or the Marksman. Of course, Middle-earth strategy battle game fans were treated to Grimbjorn and the arrival of the Bjornings. Honeycakes at the ready, please. You can keep the paths around the carrot clear of the enemy.
These are really cool though. Like, I really these are cool. The Bjornings I thought were a really nice little thing to see. Not a lot shown today. I didn't expect a lot.
Expansion for Necromunda, Ash Wastes, with the Book of the Outlands, and quite frankly, the most exciting small people you've seen all day, the Ironhead Squat Prospectors. Absolutely flipping love them.
This dude is
Then we've got
wicked.
news that there's a planned new setting on its way for Warcry in the Gnarlwood, and there are some great new models in the form of the Centurion Marshal.
I don't think they'll change the core rules of Warcry too much.
Like
I think
and Chaos. There's more stuff.
changing how like the Varan Spire and stuff works. There, like the Varan Spire does affect games and that.
Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I don't think too much will change. I think the core fundamentals of Warcry will stay the same.
Of Warhammer Fest. Super stoked for the Ironhead Prospectors in Necromunda, and also getting my sort of ramshackle vehicle on out in the Outlands. I'm quite excited for. There's a thing I've always wanted to do. Let me explain. This might sound mad. Chat, bear with me. Which is, whenever I've read all those cool Black Library novels and like Space Marine kill teams or Gaunt's Ghosts, they go up against hordes of like renegade militia. And I want to play games against hordes of renegade militias. What I need is people to collect loads of them and then invite me.
So you're asking everybody else?
Yeah, I just want my Dark Angels to just hose down like hordes, and they look so perfect for regiments of guardsmen that have fallen away from the light of the Emperor and sold their soul. Paint them like corn red and let me go at them, and we can call them Blood Pact, or paint them like dark blue and call them Sons of Stek. I don't mind. I just want to wage war on so many of those, whether that's in Kill Team or whether that's on the 40k tabletop. I really, really want to fight them, and you do too. Are we about there?
We are. We've got one more thing to say though before we wander off. We will be back tomorrow with some more Warhammer Fest with our Horus Heresy Day. But also, the stream will continue after we.
That is a very good point. Apparently, there are more places than Nottingham in the world.
It's true. It's true. Who knew? So after we've finished with this particular reveal stream, if you stick around on our Twitch channel, we will be jumping across to the Warhammer Open taking place in the USA. They're kicking off their first day of Warhammer 40,000 streaming, and they've got a grand tournament occurring there. So if you want to stick around for some match play Warhammer 40,000, you can do. Just stay on this channel and we'll have more after it.
The commentary team for that, if you've never watched a game of tournament game of Warhammer 40,000 being played, the commentary team is amazing. They'll talk you through it all.
They're also dead good at Warhammer.
Yeah, and so they're like experts, subject matter experts. They're good at the game. They're really fun. Genuinely, if you want to see some like top level Warhammer 40,000 being played across this weekend, there's going to be loads of it. Oh, that was a good end. Right. Thank you, everybody, for coming and joining us for the last roughly an hour or so. Thank you to Raph, who's pressed all the buttons and helped us make sure the right things were on the screen when we were talking about them. Thank you to Notley for making sure the chat worked and flowed smoothly. Thank you to all of you for making his life just that bit easier. Eddie, for being the man with all the knowledge.
As always.
And to the people who made all the models, because frankly, today was so exciting for me. I'm excited myself. I'm about to go to Bugman's Bar and hang out and be excited. Right. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, that was that. I'm going to head to bed. But let's talk about this for a sec. I always thought today was going to be the shortest one. There was some really cool stuff shown. I was really happy with Warcry. I think next year this could quite easily just be 2 days. Could you not just put Warcry and all the Age of Sigmar related things like Warhammer Underworlds on the Warhammer Age of Sigmar day and like Kill Team and Necromunda and do 2-hour streams both days? But the Warcry stuff really excites me. I love Warcry. People who watch the channel know I love doing Warcry. So with that said, I'm going to sign off as well. Thank you all for coming and joining, everyone. Don't forget to drop a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you'd like to contact with me and other members of our little community, we've got a Discord server in the description of the video. We've also got Patreon and YouTube members where you can help support the channel just a little bit, a couple of bucks, help support the channel. YouTube members, you get some cool little emojis in the chat there. But all that helps support the channel. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. With that said, everyone, we'll be back tomorrow night for Warhammer 30k, Horus Heresy. Stay safe, everyone. Stay well. And most of all, keep fighting that war against the Grey. Ciao for now.